Hello there. How if I unmuted? How's it going? Oh my god, I hate my webcam. Why do I look like this? Ugh, something happened to it, and it hates me now, more than usual. Like, why do I look like a porcelain doll? Like what is happening with the colors? Jesus. No contrast. Woo. I just don't know how to make it better. I have no idea. These don't help. Anyway, what's up? How's it going? Welcome. I hope you guys are having a good night. I'm really stuffy for some reason, so I apologize. Such a good song. Oh, you can't even really see them, but if the colors like randomly show up, I'm breaking out, so I've got pimple patches on. I really wish I could make it not look so fucking terrible. Let's try the, oh god. Okay. My computer doesn't like that I did that. So I'm gonna be frozen for a second, it would seem. Oh my god, I wish I wasn't so stuffy. I sound so nasally, at least in my own head. Okay. Okay. It would be nice if my webcam stopped freezing. Oh, it just like turned itself off. That's cool. Oh god, okay. Oh my god. Well, you can really see the pimple patches now. Okay, no auto white balance for sure. Okay, that looks like a semblance of... When I move the sliders, the camera stays on. When I take my hand off the sliders, it turns off, which is maybe not the most ideal. Alright, we're gonna restart that again. I'm just gonna be orange. Okay, that looks decent. Will my camera come back to me? There, sort of. Come on, dude. If I go to this scene, will it figure it out? Okay, well, apparently it just needs me to have the property. Why does it turn on for like a second? Oh my god! And then it destroys all the work that I just did. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. This is... Oh, my webcam is currently flickering in and out as I could... And it turned itself off. I'm gonna lose my mind. Nothing like troubleshooting in the first 15 minutes of stream. God damn it. Now I have to open this again. Oh, am I back? by some miracle. Okay, we're gonna stop fucking with it, because I think this is about as good as we are gonna get tonight. Let me fix my shirt. Anyway, how's it going? Happy Friday. We are going to continue Mouse Edgeworth stuff. I might need to go really quickly Afrin spray myself, so I'm a little less nasally sounding. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Hold on one second. I hate this. Okay, we'll see if that makes a difference at all. To not sit so close because then I don't sound, or I don't look like a ghost. Anyway, we are going to continue where we left off last week with case 2. I don't even remember what was happening when we left off, to be honest. I don't remember. Oh, we're on a plane? It just came back to me all of a sudden. We're on a plane. And we, once again, for the second time this game, have been accused of murder. As we woke up, passed out on the floor. Yeah, we're just gonna so now my face looks better. You can see my array of pimple patches. I am breaking out and it's painful. I don't usually break out like this, but I guess my body was not happy with me. Okay, let me get to the right screen. So great as that song is, let's turn it off. All right, let us continue. Turnabout Airlines middle. March 12th, 1 p.m. local time, Hope Springs Airport. I know that once we had landed, I was supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Mealy, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private. So I'm left wondering with just what she was up to. Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Oh, is it Francesca? Look at her! Francisca, not Francesca. I thought you were still in Germany. I go where I'm needed. And wherever there are criminals to be caught. Her name is Francisca von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest. I love her. What? quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day. When a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? Wait, it has all been a misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding. I heard all about the murder of the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death. Francisca, do you honestly believe that I killed a man? I suppose I should reserve judgment till after I have investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then. That's as it should be. Look at these two smug assholes. I love them both so much. Ha! I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you, of all people. To be perfect in every way, fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I had no intention to. Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir! There he is. Too slow. Ow! Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand? Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him? A simple yes or no, detective. Yes, sir, I understood, sir. Just leave it to me. Oh, I have nasal spray flavor in the back of my throat. Miles Edgeworth. If you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, you'll excuse me. Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Thank you, detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Francisca's up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well. In that case, I have a few questions for you. Sorry, 1 second. I need to check something. Lunchland. Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops. What should I go with? Excuse me. I recommend our Airport Special World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different countries' flags. I wonder if they're aiming to take Lunchland to the international market. Gotta stand on top of him to talk to him. So, how is the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office. And we'll take his statements now, sir. That sounds like Francisca. She was always good at quick responses to a case. I'd say she was a little too quick, sir. Oh, how so? Rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow, when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking orders at everyone. It was kind of creepy, as though she knew there had to be a murder or something. And I'd come in advance to await your flight's arrival. That is sort of odd. Hi, Nico. Med's time for a baby. Is the baby you, or is the baby me, Suisse? Both would be valid answers. If you haven't taken your meds today, please do. Did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Your dear me, sweet. No, baby. Baby gets her herpes medicine. Oh, pardon the crinkles. I want a piece of chocolate. to take yours at the allotted time. Good. Good lad. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this. This Von Karman just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, so... Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident. No details. Kinda top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, so... Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt that the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Oh my god. Just roast him, Miles. Although, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. Yes, it is high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to people involved in this case afresh. Okay. I should not have started eating this chocolate. This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair. I'd be pretty scared too if I got caught up in a murder investigation, sir. I did it. I made it the whole flight. Not scared of turbulence anymore. This life vest is proof I made it alive. It's now my prized possession. How could you just take that from the plane? Okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's got nothing to do with the murder, at least. That's not what I wanted. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Nom 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 nom. God, really? Really? What year did this game come out? Okay, it came out in 2009 and 2010 in North America, which I guess that was the time to make Soviet Russia jokes. I don't have to like it though. I will not be saying that, thank you. Oh my god. Mr. Edgeworth, we've got to get him some water. I'm in pain. I'm suffering. I feel the wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000. Oh my god. For my next lead movie, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Tokyo versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's gonna be... I'm gonna have a stroke, I think. That sounds better than reading this. Good thing it was a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth? So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. That's your take. I'm glad that was your only take from that, Edgeworth. Whimper! Gumshoe! You must be the captain. Why, yes I am, and who might you be? Look at this surfer dude, man. I'm the prodigy prosecutor Franziska von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman? I'll never forgive you if you do. What are you talking about? I only have my eye on you, my dear Cammy. I wouldn't bet money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person. Sure you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir? Well, getting it back into his voice always takes me so long. He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I like to leave that type of witness to Francisca and her whip. His little shrug. Oh god, he's all red in the face again. Just every clashing color. Now see here! Ah! Sorry, I'm sorry! How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal, I told you! Mr. LeBlanc. Oh, it is you! Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend. Okay, is it just these guys to talk to? Oh, I am blocked from going any further. No, gumshoe! Yep, all done, sir. Oh, okay. I do not concern if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay. Art? What sort of art? Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small. From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of art. Folk costumes? Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat kind of looks like that other piece of cloth. Okay. That's the game hinting at me to present it. Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me? Ow! My phone just fell on my ankle. I've hurt myself like 4 times in the past hour. Just having an evening. Oh, that is a Virginian cloth. As I suspected, your hat is made of the same material, I suppose? Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from all over the seas for more. Okay. Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier? No. My cargo this time is much many gigantic. You detective, when can I have my cargo moved? And get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. The stubbornness of you police, it is no good. It is no good that attendant refused to exit the attendant's room too. That attendant? Wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero. Okay. What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc? You was taken into attendance room for her interview. Not it. Then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her. Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one taking up so much time? God, this man's music is so fucking loud. Oh, I'm... Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendants' room? Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances. I understand. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Baby is upset. Oh no, baby. Baby don't understand that the medicine is just to help. That's the worst part of pets. It's like, I wish I could make you understand that this is just meant to help you, not hurt you. I'm not giving you this thing that tastes bad just for the hell of it. Francisca's logic. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here, in the very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. I mean, fair, but you still have to get her L-lysine, which is on more antibiotics and an eye ointment. I hope they help clear everything up. That is the worst. I mean, it's normal for cats to come from the shelter and be sick, but still, it's frustrating that they didn't tell you about anything. You feel like they would have known at least about the herpes. Taking the ointment better than the drops, but she's not fond of it. Fair enough. I don't think any cat has really willingly taken medicine. Maybe like 1 in 100 cats. Not for them to have herpes. The likeliest suspect, Francisca? Do you have a problem with that? No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute. I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I have to break her line of logic fast. But... Alright.
Hold it!
Sure. So tell me, Francisca, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene? They say they took a blood test and came back negative for feeling herpes, but considering they didn't write down her basic vaccine dates and I had to call to get them, it wouldn't surprise me if they wrote down tests they didn't actually do. That is very frustrating, but at this point, probably a fair assumption. That is really annoying. Well, at least you know now and you can treat for it, but yeah, that is really annoying. I know all that I need to know in order to arrest you. And nothing more. Are you saying there is more I need to know? Why did you whip me, sir? Sorry, Scruffy, my hand must have slipped. It would appear that Francisca doesn't have all the facts of the case yet. And the victim was seen until his body was found.
Hold it!
Well, it's true that I was in the lounge the whole time. That fact alone does not make me the criminal.
Objection!
Ha! We'll see about that at the conclusion of this investigation. However, there is one thing that even you must admit at the time.
Hold it!
Under the circumstances, I suppose I can agree that I am the most likely suspect. But I believe in you, sir. I don't think you did it. Miss Von Common's gotta believe that too, right? I mean, you two are like siblings. Ouch! Quiet, Scruffy. Even if we were related by blood, that's no guarantee he's not a criminal. Francisca, I demand to see some proof that you are not the guilty party. Likely a suspect, huh? What a roundabout euphemism. But it would appear that she doesn't yet know about the new evidence that we acquired and where we acquired it. I'll take care of the gaps in her logic, one hole at a time. Alright. Where does it want me to present this? And what thing is the... Probably this one. Probably not this one. I mean, these are the, like, new pieces of evidence. Forgot that was the end.
Hold it.
I don't think I pressed this one. So tell me, Francisca, do you know all the oh, I did. The scene of the crime wasn't here. I'm trying to remember everything from last week. I don't think, because this. Yeah, because we transported the body in the suitcase. Yes, okay. I had to, like, remember last week's stuff. It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves the body was moved from a different location. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Objection!
Now who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excuse me? All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove the body was moved. It could be the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily. You should know better than that. Von Karma is perfect in every way. Ah, but did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point?
Objection!
As if there's proof of that. Where's the proof that the suitcase was moved around? This.
Take that.
The spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Yes, I'd like to call your attention to this area here. Where's the evidence of... Okay. The drag marks.
Take that.
This mark here. Wouldn't you say it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels? I suppose. Further, there's also grape juice residue in the wheels of the suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. I'm glad you've come to your senses.
Objection!
Not so fast. This doesn't put you in the clear. Not by a long shot. Francisca's Logic Part 2. Prepare yourself and acquire the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it. You pretended to be the discoverer of the body. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly. Just what are you insinuating? But I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop. Nope. was taken after the turbulence.
Objection!
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic, essential tools that those who could stand in a courtroom must learn to master. But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? A fake? This Mr. Eyefly piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. What? I didn't realize that. Oh, I got an itch. I got an itch. Yeah. The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. And it was taken after the turbulence had occurred. But then what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder, when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, he was lying on the floor. The killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up off the floor. He took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Look at him fucking passed out on the floor. Everything was done so I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Act B. Hicks. I'm trying to figure out if this is like a play on words. Act B. Hicks. I don't know. You there. Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items could have been used were broken during the turbulence, and the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood. I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end. What is possible, just hidden somewhere else, sir? The criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place. I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the body, the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence, which means that the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene.
Objection!
There's one more possibility. Excuse me, and that would be that the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. But didn't we just... Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time the glass pane in the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, don't you? Let's see, so that means the killer had the key to the display case. Francisca, the person you're talking about. Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her. Yes. Very well, permission granted, but only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other? I have no interest in interrogating her, but you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish. Miss Tenero is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. Double teaming with Francisca. I want to drink my soda. So you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Mr. Nero. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too? Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did? All right. What is all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason to any of it. So lost and found, Mr. Edgeworth. Gold crowns and swords and necklaces? It's like a treasure trove in here, sir. The fact that these were left on the plane implies that they were carried onto it to begin with. Something tells me it's time for iFly to send its metal detectors out for repairs. It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I am almost certain that the well-kept one up top belongs to Mr. Nero. Ugh, this bottom one is a giant mess. You sloven, squalid scoundrel of a man. You dare to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy? There's some things in life best kept to yourself, detective. Oh. Oh, that was the exit. Okay. Wasn't expecting that from where they had me standing. Miles Edgeworth, isn't there something you should be doing right now? Of course, I should be asking Miss Nero for her side of the story. That's right. How does that have anything to do with what's over there? Nothing, really. You already knew that then. Why don't you hurry up with this interrogation already? Alright, I get it, Francisca. I just wanted to look around. These are the attendants' lockers, huh? These are the attendants' lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir. Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through the attendants' lockers? Wait, detective. It would be uncouth of us to look in a woman's locker without her permission. Yeah, I guess so. Plus, I feel there's a murderous draft, and it says a whip not far behind. Alright, let's chat. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission. What do you mean? The captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. I'm losing all these voices already. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Mealy. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Nero, is it? There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you in there? Well, Why the sudden hesitation? Francisca seems to have struck a nerve. All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work, then? Switching between these two voices is not going well. Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell. Mr. Nero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. The suitcase? If you could please take a look at this for me, Mr. Nero. Oh, that suitcase! Yes, about this suitcase. You were the one who designed it, correct? I think I figured out something else about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Won't you please tell me more about this suitcase? Yes, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I designed were selling. I know that as a service professional I'm not supposed to care, but I really wanted to know. And I was glad to see that it was the last one there. The last one there? So you're saying, Mr. Nero, that the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes, they're just so popular, they're practically flying off the shelves. It's not exactly the impression I got. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase. Really? I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. I didn't say anything about buying it. Edgeworth is like, I would never be caught dead with that hideous thing. I have much more taste than that. Then say you'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional. Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous. Just go out and say it. What? Maybe that was a bit too direct. Maybe a little bit, Miles. Moving on, my issue with the suitcase isn't the design, it's the number of them remaining. Remaining? There were 2 suitcases in the implant shop when I investigated it. 2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1. Looks like our story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left. Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? Okay. By the way, Miss Tenero, what is one of those suitcases doing here? Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's... I thought you said there was only 1 left. That one is, that's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. It's got tags on it. So it's used it for a very long time? I think not. Miss Tenero, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. What proves it hasn't been... The price tag? Clearly displayed? Tell me, Miss Nero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase? What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? It's gonna be severed body parts inside? Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I know what you were trying to hide. Now then, the suitcase was originally in the shop? Seeing as the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was put out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought this suitcase was... Oh, I don't fucking know. I mean, obviously it's not Francisca or Gumshoe. Herself? It's probably herself. It's gotta be herself. She bought her own suitcase.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it, Miss Tenero? I hate to say this, but this suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly the design that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right? Then, the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I had finally accomplished something. But the suitcases didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put it, hideous. I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them, either. We weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked. Oh, God, honey. You buy one every single time you work a flight. I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase. This receipt is clearly timestamped 5:40 a.m. Okay. The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Miss Tenero, where are these other suitcases? They should all be down in the cargo hold. Then the suitcase the killer used could very well have come from the cargo hold. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think the killer used one of my suitcases, do you? Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. Ah! How could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished them to be. Miss Tenero, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevators? The only other way is just through that door there. What about security? That door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special key card that only crew members have access to. Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects. I can't believe it! Yes, Francisca? Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karman name. And what do you mean by that? He's like, I don't fucking care. That man trying to accuse me of murder. The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story. Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their key card. Miles Edgeworth. Excuse me. You're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? Yes, that's the only realistic possibility. Oh my god, I keep burping. Excuse me. I thought it was a mistake. That other attendant, Miss Mealy, I asked her earlier, and she had to say this. Francisca got information out of Miss Mealy. In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different key card is required. A different one? Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhonda Tenero, and only you. What? Is this true, Miss Tenero? Yes, I keep that key card in my locker at all times. Could you please show us that card right now? Yes, hold on. I don't believe it. What's wrong? The key card. It's gone. Ha ha ha. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. You could tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Edgeworth. What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Francisca, I know that you were the lead investigator on this case. However, hold it. Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth? I intend to do likewise. That felt short. I'm not going to say no to more saves, though. Lower deck cargo hold. Wow, so this is the cargo hold, huh? there you go. It's so big! Oh wow, that is a lot of suitcases. And there is apparently one missing. This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and ultra luxurious first class seating. So is this the real scene of the murder? There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we're all here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. Begin investigation. Alright, let's go. Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal? It's with the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file? And that's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir. Looks like a profile on Francisca. Interesting. What a weird thing to have in your suitcase. Why would Mr. Hicks have had a file on her? Francisca, want to tell me anything? Bed sheets. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. This sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover. By the look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. These must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after this flight is over. This paint guy is really cool, don't you think? Paint job. Paint guy. Practically screams artsy. Oh, why not purchase one? I'm sure that will bring you much happiness. You think so? Maybe I will. Let's see it. $1,200? Oh my god. I think I'll pass. Miss Tenero wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs just to buy one. And she's bought one every flight that she's on. How much money does this one make? Definitely looks like one is missing. What is this brittle substance I'm stepping on? A bunch of glass fragments. Okay. Oh, I just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signs. Yeah, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. The elevator is currently stopped in the first floor, detective. It can't move. Oh, yeah. I guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now. Well, nothing would happen normally anyway, without the special key card. Both the doors to the attendance room and the elevator's control panels require a key card, which makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable, and this one says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. Just what kind of operation is this airline running? Okay. What else does it want me to examine? Examine this. Examine this. We gotta talk to Francisca. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. Seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder. Yes, I was. But following a very large and involved governmental level international crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Okay. Interpol is involved. It's a top secret operation. So I can't really tell you any more than I already have. Broken glasses and the glass shards. I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses. And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lens. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected. So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Perhaps it is a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. These feel like they would be connected too. Let's just do it. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Francisca? Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir. Francisca said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her. Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was actually Interpol agent Hicks. I think Francisca has some explaining to do. Oh, cracked my back a little bit. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense. What are you talking about? We found a profile containing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? I should have known he'd figure it out, Miles. But it looks like they got to him first. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent, then? Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. Is this more cocoons? He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. I think we now have pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold. Well, what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase. Came down to get it. Ow! Agent Hicks came down here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Francisca, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No. Unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed. I see. But this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. I mean, he definitely was trying to investigate crazy man's art stuff, but where is it down here, is the question. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then Killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases, and they entered the elevator. But while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks's body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. Woo! That was easy. I think it's pretty easy to say that the culprit is at this... who the culprit is at this stage. What? Really, sir? I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhonda Tenero. Oh, there we go. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhonda Tenero. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? I mean, it was stolen. I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that.
Hold it!
That might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Mealy or even the captain. Don't be a fool. Playing without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in hand. Without a rider, crop in hand. Much like Scruffy over there. I can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe does always need a guiding hand. Very well, then what about the other flight attendant, Miss Mealy? Ah, I thought you might ask about her.
Hold it!
It is highly likely the key card was stolen from Miss Tenero.
Objection!
It's highly likely? Is that possibility the best you can come up with? You call yourself a disciple of my father. I think Miles calls himself a victim of your father, as you probably should as well. Yes, well, while I don't have any evidence, Be quiet, you're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhonda Tenero, you know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away. Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Mr. iFly piggy bank? I want to call that Ifly, but it's definitely iFly. Ugh, my scar on my back is itching. Yes, she's also the only person with a key to open the display case. Further, there's the matter of the key. That is a fake. Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. If you must keep on insisting that it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. It must be a way. It must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. Oh God. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity? The body, probably? Oh. Yeah, the body. The body would have the shape of the thing. Anyway, Francisca, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions. Oh, was I? Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I not say that when you have made a snap judgment? Oh my God. How can I not say that you made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon? Scruffy! Yes, sir. Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy. Yes, sir. We've got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What is it, detective? They're still doing the autopsy, but they said that they already know this one thing for sure. Report, now. Doc says it's one giant bruise from a beating, down from his shoulder down to his mid-back. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back. It was beaten over such a wide area. Well, I'd say it's maybe the sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir. Interesting. Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Well, that's, Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, Detective? Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir. You're completely useless. I mean, that's not his fault. Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there. No, you remove yourself from my way. What is all that racket? I knew it. My luggage, my cargo, they're mine. I demand you return them to me. We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience. I suppose there is no choice. Finally, I think he gave... Hey, what are you? You have left me no choice but to use strong force. Ah! You won't get past me. Oh. Oh. This is it. Wait, that's it. So that's what the whole thing has been about. Edgeworth, what do you know? Further, there's a matter of the key to the murder, to the display case that held the murderous bank. Okay. After all, you know that we searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty. Okay, now we're getting all this logic. What is happening here? Doc said that there's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. Yeah, I guess did he fall? God, how are these supposed to be connected? I don't know, let's try this. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there is extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. Okay. Oh, God. I don't know. I don't know why these would be... These are two very vague statements. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here? What was... What? I should not be allowed to do accents. I'm so sorry. Francisca. What? What do you want? I found it, Francisca. I found the real murder weapon. You did? He really just jumped. We didn't realize it until now, but the answer's been right in front of us this whole time. He might be hurt. We should go check up on him, sirs. There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit. This coming from a prosecutor with the habit of whipping everyone she comes across. Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence. You two aren't listening at all, are you? Come on then, show me this real murder weapon you speak of. I don't have it. Pretty sure. Because he fell. I don't have any evidence to show you. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. What do you mean by I don't have any evidence to show? Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which caused Agent Hicks' death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I figured out what was the real cause of death. free fall. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death was free falling to the ground. He fell to his death. Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. For some reason, the start of this music reminded me of the Sonic fan dub, where I don't remember which one, but they're like, the dust, and then Eggman goes, the dust. And I don't know why that reminded me of this, but it's what came into my head. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. The only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death. But the murder happened inside this plane. I know. Are you claiming that there's someplace in this plane from which he could have fallen from? As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time. You can't mean... Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the staircase of this very cargo hold. What? Then... We're in trouble. We may have a second death on our hands, sir. Hey, you! Tell me you aren't dead, pal. Quiet. Why are you screaming? He's alive! Well, yeah. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That means that man is living proof of that. I suppose it's true that it's not possible, given the current circumstances. The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean? Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? It would have been a Virginian pancake for sure, sir. I suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that the cargo box is there. There's no point in entertaining your wild, hypothetical scenarios. It may be there now, but there's no proof that it was always there. Ha! As if there could have been a window of time when that giant box was not there. Ah, but there was. What? What can I use to show her that it's possible the box was not always there to begin with? Oh god, I don't know. Ah! Yes, a transfer cargo.
Take that!
I mean, the thing didn't stop, so you refueled in the Republic of Zhengfa. Yes, this flight had a short layover in Zhengfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. It's labeled Zhengfa Express. Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Zhengfa. Okay. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time? Would mean that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zhengfa leg of the flight, making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Entirely possible. Ah, but your theory is still very far-fetched. Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. The first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Okay. Begin investigation. Oh, I don't want to talk to Gumshoe, but thank you so much for the offer. Keeping track of it. Oh, okay. Okay. This is a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. Alfred statue. Never heard of it. Nor I, but all I care about is that we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime. Let's get investigating, sir. Oh, here he come. Look here, do not go about touching my possessions without permission. Don't rush up on me. Don't rush up on me like that, pal. So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc. Of course it is mine. I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe. This Alfred statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe more, much more. Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold. Sound 10 million cents? I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, Detective. Dawn, how did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year. I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun. I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, for that 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars? Does it really make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, is there a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case? I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer. It is a very valuable piece of art, so no, there will be no touching. Okay. Gotta be stuff for me to present. What a waste! How horrible to see priceless piece of cloth soiled! I assure you it wasn't me. I believe it to be the work of the killer. I will teach that killer a lesson. You can be sure that I will. Sure I will. It will be the LeBlanc Revolution. I think he meant the LeBlanc Retribution, but either way, it sounds intimidating. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think you would have anything to say about that, but... No idea. Okay, I guess I don't have anything else to ask him. Can I logic anything together? Smuggling? Yeah, we're gonna connect these. And Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring. And it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Shangfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. Okay. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake. What? How dare you say my art is fake? I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring. Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here. Do you mean the cargo certification document? Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say? It says plain as day. The cargo was put onto the plane in Europe. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. The statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in the certificate. No, which means that there never was a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting here. They could have moved it around. I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself. Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see I am right. I know where I've seen this. I know I've seen this somewhere before. This is the Alfred? gives off such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it. The statue has high amounts of historic value. After it was unveiled at the museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it. Okay. Wasn't that on the pamphlet? I believe a closer look at this is warranted here. It was on something. I also remember seeing it. Okay. Let's examine. So this is the infamous Alfred statue. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something? There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. These eyes made of some sort of gem. That's a real nice shade of orange. For a second, I couldn't even tell they were jewels. Oh, but they kind of remind me of the eyes of the stray cat that lives in my house. Aren't the eyes supposed to be this? Are the eyes supposed to be this color? Is it possible the statue is a fake? This spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold. God. Oh wait, isn't? Yeah. There it is. There it is. It's supposed to be red. Eureka! These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? Yeah, pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir. I don't think you see what I'm talking about. Sorry. No, I do. But it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in that field spinning with my arms out until I fell ill. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo? Huh? Ah, sir, they're red. As I thought, this statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc, what do you want? What do you want? Do you not know I am a busy man? I allow you 2 seconds for your answer. The Alfred is supposed to be your pride and joy, is it not? Is it the biggest trophy on this European trip? It is. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Better grab a chair, sir. Sounds like this is going to be a long story. Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but what is it? Sympathy for what? You'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes. That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the ones in this photo. Why the sudden yelling? Now then... Oh... It is a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. No! I don't know what that sound I just made was. Now, do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake. A fake?! I really hate how neon pink his gums are. I believe that even further examination will be required, now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake. There must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Zhangfa. And I will present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. What's this? Statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor's cloth cover. Kind of resembles the owner's attitude in a sense. Ho ho! Yo, what did you say now? What did you said now? Further, my clothing's hem is not being stepped on by anyone. It is too expensive for me to allow that to happen. Please forgive the trespass of my subordinate. Why should I forgive it if the dress passes? Unless it is an expensive dress, you keep it. Okay, this is it. Because if this was loaded up in Zhangfa, then and this was apparently loaded up in Europe, this should not be sitting on top of it. It is. Oh, okay. Great. That thing's really suspicious looking, sir. My well-trained gut tells me so. I see. I must be mistaken. But when I answer confidently, you take that to mean we're off course. I just used the wrong evidence. I'm stupid. So it's not this? I mean, this? Okay, well, I had to make sure I did the right one. Ugh. What is it? Has to be this. I'm just gonna crime scene notes, Sky magazine, photo, missing cell phone, grape juice. There. Okay, this is it. The cargo. I thought it was a manifest. I forgot that we got a thing of the actual cargo. There was clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of a cargo cover getting stuck under another piece of cargo. Ah, that's not possible. But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue is on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo was brought on board in Zhengfa, there's no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Zhengfa. But then what about the cargo certificate? Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There's only one reason why. To secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. We could have just as easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed. That may be true, however you have it backwards, Francisca. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed. But he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall into the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge, which means there is someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates. Okay. I guess the victim knew the real version of this was gonna get nabbed, huh? Yes, while this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir, it was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Not the best reference document, but that's okay. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. It came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After all he had to do was hold the Zhengfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler. Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. The statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zhengfa leg of the trip. There would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Officer, move this statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath, now! Miss Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings. Go on. After moving the Alfred statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with luminol, and there was a reaction. There he is. I see. There was a reaction to luminol, an indication that there was blood in that spot. Can't be stopped looking at it now, sirs. It seemed that my deductions were correct after all. I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned the blood up well. And how do you think the killer did that? How did the killer clean up the blood? That fucking scrap of... Yeah.
Take that!
The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. I see. That I need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zhengfa. Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Zhengfa? There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. But if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. The murder occurred before we landed in Zhengfa, then this becomes highly suspect. I mean, I'm suspicious of Mealy, personally. I think her testimony holds up fine, but I don't remember what her testimony is at all, is the problem. And it's not LeBlanc. LeBlanc is too... I suspected him for like a minute, but he's just too stupid. Not too stupid. Like, it just wasn't him. Anyway. Recall Miss Mealy's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard to when we departed Zhengfa. Oh yeah, she gave us this whole fucking time thing. That's it. I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but that totally contradicts the facts, sir. Why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Mealy herself. Oh my gosh, we're zipping through this. Love to save. Thank you so much for the option. Maybe this is the last one? They split these into a lot of parts. Miss Mealy. Miss Mealy. Huh? Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Zhengfa? Huh? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible. Because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Zhengfa. Oh? Miss Cammy Mealy. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did? No one could make a mistake so large, Miss Mealy. But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. Edgeworth, reacting to the word boo-boo. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction. Very well. Miss Mealy, if you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah. From 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. I do, in fact, want to see some hot garbage, Nico. How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Mealy, wake up. She fell asleep again. Looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her. If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class in the lounge, between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m. Yeah, but that kind of stuff's run by Miss Rhonda. Then what were you doing in the attendance room at that time? Check my DMs. What is this? What are Groks? Is that Cody? What is this, Nico? Is this supposed to be Cody? Cody Griffin death pose. Did you make this? Oh my god. Is Crocs off-brand Crocs? Oh my god, Nico. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Love it. Eating and then having a most delicious dream. You told him you would do it. He's gonna be delighted. You mean you were neglecting your duties? No way. Sleeping's part of our job too, you know. I'll not be pressing those.
Hold it.
So you were alone the entire time, were you? Yeah, no one's even popped their head in to say hi. Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yeah. Miss Mealy, there is a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony. Huh? What are you talking about? It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time. Drinks. No, that doesn't do anything. Five to 6. Your testimony. Just make sure. Oh no, wait. This 540 because then she went in and put the. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Mealy. Huh? A receipt? For what? It's for the suitcase Miss Tenero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp, as you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m. Miss Tenero. Yes? Huh? Why is the killer here? I thought you'd have her locked up by now. I've requested that she be present as a witness, so we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Tenero, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop, correct? Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase, after which I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off. And did you see Miss Mealy there at the time? No. So, Miss Mealy, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Miss Cammy Mealy. Huh? The bathroom? I'll be the one to ask the questions here. Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know. You take me for a fool. That's a little too convenient to be true. But it's the truth. Cross my heart. I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage. You don't believe me, do you? But please, won't you give me a chance to hear me out? Well, don't fall asleep this time, maybe. Reason for suspicion. Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. I will just say, I love her facial expressions. Her, like, weird, strange facial expressions. I enjoy her design except for her shirt. I really hope that they give her a shirt her size next time. But you think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhonda too. She's the one in charge of the elevator key card in the shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious. Please leave Miss Tenero out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now. I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhonda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhonda. Miles Edgeworth would never touch a woman. Finds them disgusting. Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I? Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhonda actually kind of I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design. She's gay too. Now's not the time for this sort of talk. Too gay for this. Wouldn't even think of a woman. You know, you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. But you think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhonda too. I'm gonna press this first one. No, it's not the only reason I have for suspecting you. Your statements regarding Mr. Hicks also turned out to be a bunch of lies. But Sarah wasn't an attendant. You wouldn't suspect me then, would you? Yes, I suppose that's true enough.
Hold it.
She's already being detained for further questioning, or have you already forgotten? Oh, yeah, I guess I just forgot. Cammy, don't tell me you suspect me too. Sorry, can't help it. I mean, other than you, there's no one else who could have done it. Can't believe you would think that. I mean, me, a killer? Miss Mealy, what did you mean by, just now, by no one else could have done it? Look, neither of these people are straight. Neither one. No way. I mean, I don't think she's straight either, but more so than those two. I think everybody in all of these games are all a letter of the alphabet. What are you in charge of, Miss Mealy? I take care of the attendance room. That doesn't count. But I spent so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Nico. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy is very talented in languages, so she assists passengers who may not speak English. Dun dun dun! She forged the letter. Anyway. Especially those who speak Virginian. She's the only one in this flight who's fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place? What else could I have meant? Yeah, so I'm really good at Virginian. You're fluent in Virginian? And I suppose you're in charge of processing documents of Virginian? Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Virginian. Very interesting. I would have loved to present. Anyway. Actually, your on-the-job behavior makes you super suspicious in my eyes. Huh? But why? While Miss Nero is busy with the passengers and all her other duties, you have a lot of free time on your hands, thus providing you with ample time to commit the crime.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, I demand you cease and desist in this line of conjectural questions. I won't allow you to bluff your way through this like a certain defense lawyer. Like your boyfriend. But I do not honestly believe Miss Mealy does any actual work aboard this flight. Oh, that's not true, Mr. Edgeworth. Although, well, I'm in charge of the attendance rooms and some Virginian stuff. Okay, I forgot there's only one. Yeah.
Objection!
Yeah! I love this stupid man. So, you are the only one in this flight that speaks Virginian. Is that correct? Oh, yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Virginia for a while. Oh, that's really cute. If that is the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Virginian is you, Miss Mealy. Without your participation, the smuggling of Alfred could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you. Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. What the fuck is this? Is this? Is she supposed to be like smoking a cigarette? But they changed it to blowing bubbles? What is happening? It is exactly as you say. Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling? No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document, but you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation after all. I'm fascinated that this is what she's doing when she's serious. Is blowing bubbles. Seriously, what was this supposed to be, like her smoking something? Then why is she doing it like this motion? Oh, hello. Or is she actually? Oh my god, all you have is my signature on a piece of paper. I'm so confused. Really, all you did was sign it. I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded into the plane properly. So, sorry about that. Seems that she's finally woken up. This is going to be one tough flight. Suppose. And this is just a supposition. Thank you, Nico. Even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just as he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhonda is a smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhonda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes. So perhaps there is some element of a setup at play in this case. What are you talking about? Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First, it was myself, and now it's Miss Tenero who's under the microscope. Seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can. You have no proof that she isn't. That Rhonda is... You have no proof that Rhonda's being set up, or that she isn't. Actually, I believe that she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. She does in fact have a bubble wand? That's just such a weird choice. Very interesting. I guess it makes sense she wouldn't be smoking on a plane, but I believe that the plan was to push all of the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicions. I don't know. I mean, it's not this, but the travel wallet. What is put on me? The piggy bank, maybe? Piggy bank feels like the right one. Not this. Not this. Could be the suitcase. It's either the piggy bank or the suitcase. The piggy bank because Rhonda would have had the key to get into the case. But the suitcase, that's her suitcase. Tammy probably knows that Rhonda's bought like probably a dozen of these freaking suitcases. That's a suitcase. I'm gonna run outside the suitcase. killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up to the first floor. Did I really use all of my tissues already? God damn it. I need to go get a new tissue box. Gonna make the mistake of eating this chocolate. However, why go through the trouble to do so? Anyway, all of these actions make sense. As if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But, should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop. I just had a thought. Why was Edgeworth unconscious? What made him pass out during this turbulence? Was he just having a panic attack because the turbulence felt like an earthquake and the whole elevator thing? Or, I don't know. And then brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway? Because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. What special circumstances dictated the need? Where, when, who? I don't think it's when. Who, because it's an Interpol agent. It's a big deal. I guess where? Because this took place on a plane and there's not a lot of people to choose from. Special circumstances is simply that the plane took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Miss Tenero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits with the boundaries of the criminal's motives. If not Miss Tenero or myself. But you, Miss Cammy Mealy. Only you and you alone could be the killer. And... Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence. I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. Isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture? Yeah, the missing cell phone. I assume. I don't have any actual evidence. I thought not. But that's because it went missing, and still is. Missing? What do you mean by that? In the complex puzzle that is this case, there's one piece I kept getting stuck on, and that is the victim's cell phone. Francisca, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks' cell phone. Or at least, that's what you told me. That's right. But Agent Hicks' cell phone could not be found at the crime scene. You mean the killer took the phone with them? Precisely. I suspected if we were to find the phone, it would lead us to the killer. Ha ha ha. Come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well? We won't know until we try a little experiment, Wilby. Francisca, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not? Of course I do. Agent Hicks' phone. It's ringing from somewhere. It's ringing from somewhere, sir. I hear it, Detective. Now where is it coming from? Oh. Miss Mealy, wake up. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I got sleepy all of a sudden because it sounds like a lullaby I used to love as a child. You better find that cell phone fast. Sounds like the phone is up in the flight attendant's room. Oh. We better hurry to the flight attendant's room, sir. I did not realize it would not be in here. Oh, God. It's really fucking loud. I get it. I get it. We're in the flight attendant's room. The ring is coming from somewhere in here, sir. Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. Doesn't seem to be over here. Well, let's look somewhere else, sir. The ring is coming from somewhere around here. But it's not here, sir. Why do I have such a bad feeling about where we're going to find the phone? Oh no, is it in her suitcase? I wonder if it might be inside the suitcase. Don't hear any sounds coming from inside, sir. Don't suppose the culprit could have been so dumb as to try the same trick twice. Oh my god, where is it? I hate this. Doesn't seem like the phone got mixed in with the items in the lost and found pile. The victim has just dropped it elsewhere. Where is it? I hate listening to this so much. Oh my god, where is it? Ring's coming from somewhere around here. Okay. Ring is coming from... It's in here, sir. Okay. I thought I fucking... Ugh. What? No, it can't be. Turn it off! It's gotta be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is it, sir? It's Miss Tenero's. What? Oh my god, thank you. God, that was just the worst auditory experience. That did not need to go on for that long. Okay. Oh, I hated that. So, Mr. Edgeworth, how did it go? Where'd you find the phone? Found it in the flight attendant's room in Miss Tenero's locker. What? But... Rhonda Tenero. I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Miss Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhonda Tenero right away. Wait, I have a theory. This is related to the incident with the keycard. When the killer went to steal the keycard, they conveniently stashed the cell phone with Miss Tenero's locker at the same time.
Objection!
This is related to the keycard, all right? In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is one bird we cannot ignore. What should I do? Francesca's right. I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright, then why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? It must have something very incriminating on it. On or in it.
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edgeworth? It's not over yet. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone. What? Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail. Oh god, okay. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, we can't even place a call with this. This must be the switch that opens the phone. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this. When did they start putting keyboards like this into cell phones? Hey, this is one of those computer cell phones that they started selling recently. Computer cell phones. Yeah, it's got a computer in it, and it's a cell phone. Neat, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Computer cell phones. Now, all you need is all you need in a phone is the phone part, nothing more. I'm guessing yours can't even send out email. Talk about inconvenient. Do you have a problem with what I do and do not care for, detective? No, sir. As they say, simple is best. Oh my god. I don't know. Maybe I should zoom out a little bit. That might help me. Ah, it's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of the smuggling? Francisca, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures? Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir. This looks like a very similar model to my own, and mine can take photos just fine. Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence for his smuggling case. If so, I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for our killer smuggler. The phone's all busted up, sir. Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone. I'll find a way, don't you worry about that. May I go back to sleep now?
Objection!
The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What? What do you mean by that, Francisca? Looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still in there, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Francisca, your phone, if you please. Very well. It's transferring. Alright, displaying it now. This is... Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for his smuggling case. Hi, that's Owl of Reds nowhere. The Owl of Reds nowhere to be seen in this pic, so. This has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right? Ouch, ouch, you're right. Oh god. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks' killer, sir. Is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? How about the fact that that's still there? The fact that all the suitcases are here in this photo is odd. Agent Hicks was still alive at the time. Well, yeah. So what's exactly so odd about the suitcases that haven't been used yet being there? Oh yes, I was only pointing out things that are different between then and now. Your off-topic ramblings have put this attendant to sleep yet again, Miles Edgeworth. I'll give Sleepyhead here a rude awakening, a deafening objection, and a contradiction. I don't know, how about the stuff that's right in front of it? Boxes of bed sheets. These are still in the cargo hold. There's nothing unusual about them in particular, but I can't shake the feeling. If you're just playing around, mind if I go home? Yes, I mind. I need to focus on what's different now from back then. Oh, these. What's all this? Oh, they are cargo ship from Virginia to Zhengfa. So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Zhengfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there there is no English written on them anywhere. One cluster of boxes written in Borginian. It says, it is cloth in English. Cloth. Could it be? Is this where the killer... What? What is that scary face for? Miss Mealy. Yes? It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence, after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is. Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth. Virginian cargo and the piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. What is that supposed to prove? The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilled. You just figured out what the rich guy's face reminds you of? What? What does it remind you of? There's one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? And now I have finally figured my answer. In this very photo. Prince Butler's guy from Swan Princess? I'm gonna have to look this up. Swan Princess Butler. Yeah, it kind of does. It's like the skinny version of this guy. You are on point, my dude. The cargo that was unloaded in Zhengfa had cloth written on it. In Borginian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece from to clean up the blood with. That's right. The killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. And the only crew member that fits that description is you, Miss Cammy Mealy. Ha! That's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Virginian. Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature. What? There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Virginian, well, then... Logically, the killer would have opened this box first. Bed sheets.
Take that.
Hey! It says bed sheets in English right on the box, sir. Precisely. And bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? So what are you trying to say? That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first. However, the killer chose to use some Virginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that? The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold. So they were afraid to leave signs that the box with the sheets had been opened. However, the Virginian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different color. Because the killer knew it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Zhengfa. That's right. That's where the Virginian cloth was used. And the only Virginian reader on board who can make such a calculated decision is you, Cammy Mealy. You and you alone. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we would have to do is contact the Zhengfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. So, what do you say, Miss Mealy? Why not confess to your crimes here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out in our investigation in Zhengfa? Ooh. Oh, girl. Oh, God, flashing warning. Flashing warning in the middle of the flashing is not very helpful, but he was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. we gonna move on? Okay, thank you. We finished making... God. Switching from that accent to this one is like not... isn't compatible. We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir. Very good, detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approach this topic, she starts foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir. Holly wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing is for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. Looks like there's a lot more to this case than BCI. Excuse me. Mr. Edgeworth. I just wanted to say how much I appreciated everything you did. Thank you very much. It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation. But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that... Well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. That's... I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it. No. I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer. Oh, thank you. It's going right in the dumpster. I'm sure it will serve you well. And remember, we here at iFlight Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Now, I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue, no matter where you go. He would give that... He would show that to not Miles. He would show that to Phoenix afterwards. He was in his stoner dad phase, and Phoenix would be like, "Whoa, give me that." Phoenix would love it. He would give it to Trucy for all her magic tricks. Anyway, I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir. But boy, was it fun. Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. Okay, yeah, it was the earthquakes. By the way, where's Francisca? Oh, she's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure. Departure? Yeah, Miss Von Kamm is always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding a case. Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier? You got it, sir. Are we going with her? Hope Springs Airport. Francisca. I thought I told you when you first landed. I have no time for idle chatter. I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since we last met. I also have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Reminiscences. Okay, whatever. Just who do you think I am? You are Francisca Von Kamm, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect. Only until a little while ago, I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing parrot. Living her life in the name of fame, and on the name and fame her invincible father built. True, your father, Manfred von Kamm, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible. What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of a big picture. Sounds like a dangerous assignment. You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself. Yes, I suppose you can. Plus, there's another agent on this case with me. Oh, another agent? He's a star among Interpol agents and has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows? You may even run into him one day. I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we would cross paths. I suppose. But I doubt he would say the same. I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back in full. Bye, Francisca. I love you. And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness. And finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip. Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation. Oh, it was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again, ho-ho. I think I'm gonna celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight. Just how much did you cut his salary by, Francisca? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want. Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Francisca von Karma, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this war, they would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Oh, don't play that again. Edgeworth speaking. Ah, finally. I called who knows how many times earlier, but couldn't get through. And you are? Have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Excuse me? Oh, who is this? Mr. Amano? Ernest Amano, correct? I thought it was going to be Von Karma for a second. Oh, so you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son, he's been kidnapped. The end. Okay. I got scared that was Von Karma. I was like, why are you trying to call me? Brand new episode has been added. The Kidnap Turnabout. Alright, we're going to start this. See how far we get. I'm not going to do a super late stream tonight because I do have to get up early so I can travel. So I can get maybe even get a shower in the morning before I head out. I need to stretch first. That would be smart to, be showered before I see my friend. But, what's hygiene? Never heard of her. Put on a little bit of lotion on my hands because they're feeling crusty. And then we will proceed. Okay, that was a lot. My elbows are getting really crusty. It's very annoying. And the dry winterness. Okay. Let's do it. The Kidnap Turnabout. March 13th, 10:11 a.m. Question marks. It's time. Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be following your every movement with my binoculars. Good to hear. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup. You can count on me, sir. I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that upon my return, I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case? And that I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop off. Gumshoe, my beloved. Oh my god, we're dropping it off in that suitcase. Let's see, I checked that the money is all in there, safe inside this suitcase. This is how we get rid of it. Now all I have to do is await further instructions from the kidnapper, which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place after all. Oh, God. Welcome to Gatewaterland. Oh, thank you. And a big hello to you. I'm the Proto-Badger. Nice to meet you. I don't know what this voice is. Proto-Bee. Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me? A picture of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Aw, that's too bad. Well, have a good day. Hello? Who are you? You're not Ernest Amano. This is not the voice to do. Those are the kidnapper using some sort of voice alteration device. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth. Are you a cop? No, I'm a prosecutor. I know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me. I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium. This person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumtube, I really need you to come through for me this one time. Oh, it's the Gavinier setup, I think. Edgeworth speaking. Next, come to the haunted house. And just how long do you intend to have me wander around for? That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend. I don't know what this voice I'm doing is, so, like, sorry. I suppose not. I've arrived. Go inside. The mirror effect is very fun. What in God's name is that? What a dismal place. What is that? That's it. Go through those doors. Am I being watched from somewhere? Take the money and go. Now! I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now and not push it. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives. What is this? Look at his face. Oh my god! I don't like this. Is he holding a sword? Yeah, he is! Ugh. It was a trap. It's just... Oh my god. That guy betrayed. No, can't be. Then the deal. Who is that? What are they talking about? Split police. Alright. In front of meetup. I can't move my body. I fear I may faint again. Oh gosh. Why does it have like a fucking... Where am I? How long was I out? It wasn't raining like this now when I made the drop-off. This was supposed to be a simple affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? I can only assume Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. When you did go inside of the building, the only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of the powerful Zaibatsu, the Amano group. Don't know what that is. But aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. Don't know what that means, but okay. Can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. He must escape somehow. Was that you making that funny sound? Who's there? How dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? God. There she is! Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers? A kidnapper? Me? No way! I'm not into such petty crimes. Nope, I'm after something much, much bigger. Ugh, I must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Ahem. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me. For I am the great thief, Yatagarasu. She is adorable. Great thief. Did she really just claim to be the Yatagarasu? Is this before or after the intro? The police mascot thingy. I know, it's everywhere. And I hate it. Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. You can call me Kay, Kay. Good, got that settled. Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you'd be so kind as to remove these ropes. I wonder, should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. Every character needs a Maya adjacent figure. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and icy glary on me, you know. This rope goes through here, and there you go. What a relief. I owe you many thanks. I hate this thing. I hate this. Why does it have a goatee beard thing? Ah, it's okay. You can pay me back in full later. Now then, what question should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. You call yourself a great thief, yet are you really a thief at all? You doubt me? I get it. You'd think a young lady like me couldn't possibly be a big-time thief, right? Looks like your dad taking a selfie. No! Oh my god. That's not the part I'm having a tough time believing. I'm the real genuine Yatagarasu, you know. Yep, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right? What? Of course I'd mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can say such horrible things to your savior. That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet. When you say you're Yatagarasu, do you mean you are the Yatagarasu? Yep. The most righteous of the righteous, the legendary great thief. But the title was only recently succeeded to me. So I haven't had a chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatagarasu. I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. But don't worry, I've got some big plans in the works. Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they? I knew it. There's no reasoning with a prosecutor. I'm not the problem here. I'll have you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. There's one thing and only one thing I want to steal. Only one thing, and what would that be? But that's gonna have to wait until we find our way out of here. Well, at least there is one thing we agree on. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time later to learn more about you. So you never told me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor. Ah, I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth. Aha! Now I remember! How can you remember something I just told you? But she sure is cheery. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get out of here. It would seem that we are locked in from the other side. What? What? No way! I don't hear you. La 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 la. Okay, do you remember where you came in from, right? Looks like that might be our only way out of this room. Whoops, slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit. Suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can't find another way out. Isolation room. Begin investigation. Alright, what's this fucking thing on the floor? Isn't this my phone? Looks like it made it through the ordeal intact. If only there was a way for us to contact someone on the outside. But we do have a way. Right here. Wow, you have an old phone, Miles. Wow. There was a cell phone here this whole time? If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, you okay? I was so worried, sir. I'm fine. Was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all. Not the white Nokia, yeah. I'm sorry, sir, I'm such a failure. If only I hadn't lost sight of you. Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now. You don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sorta, What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me. Who is this? She Longshang of Interpol. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard a great deal about you. Why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? Don't sweat about the details. A crime's a crime, whether it's on local or a global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble. And why would you say that? Langzy says, the pack that runs together stays together. You catch my drift? You caused quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. Should have contacted the police from the very beginning. I'm sorry that this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste. Sorry, no can do. I thought Gumshoe was going to be a damsel of distress. But I got myself kidnapped in the process. And then you look to the left and he's just standing there in the corner like, hi. What? We're hunting the kidnapper now, and I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to go in alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll come find you. Eventually. You... What's wrong? Did you get cut off? No. My phone ran out of power. No way! Doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here through our own means. Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, we're sure to find a way out. Okay, I need to look at whatever the fuck this thing is. What is this? Looks like the Bad Badger, and it's looking as bad as ever. Looks like a costume head to me. I guess the Bad Badger's costume is, at the very least, a two-piece, huh? Hi, Maya! How you doing, friend? The real question is, why is he the only head sitting out here on the floor? Okay. Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. Oh, I think it's a Pink Badger costume. Pink Badger? You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you better study up on the whole Badger clan with this. Proto Badger, Bad Badger, Blue Badger, Pink Badger. Note her unique pink bow. True. Proto Badger is scary. Don't like his eyes. Bad Badger, something the criminals with a gun. Something criminal with a gun. What is this thing? A vile criminal with a gun. hate it. Went to your friends after work, so she gave you a makeup tutorial. And you did not think it was going to take so long, so you're hungry because you haven't eaten since lunch. Oh my god! That is long. Yeah. I gotta start practicing as well. I gotta get some stuff like you did. Because the only foundation I have is old. I don't really wear foundation, but I feel like to make my makeup last the whole day, I should probably wear foundation. I don't know. I gotta say, you are absolutely right, Nico. It is a Guy Fieri Sona. Oh my god. Think of it as a Bible of all the things you ever need to know about the clan. You weren't feeling hungry until the drive home. That is always when it hits. And then it's ravenous. Whatever. I suppose I can keep this as a reference guide or something. Edgeworth is not happy about this. You want KFC so bad, but you need to save money. I feel that. I've been craving different foods all week, and I've just been like, nope. I cannot buy food. I will be buying a bunch of food this weekend, amongst other things, while I'm away. So I was resisting. Even though there was nothing interesting in the house all week. I suppose this means that this is where they keep all the costumes. Certainly looks that way. It's like the Badger's family's home. There are 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty. Which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. But aren't these Badgers the mascots of the police force? Well, I heard that the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Probably because the Gatewater Group owes the police from all these cases they solved. They have all the power of the state, and they used it to make a theme park. It's not just any theme park. They have a handcuff-shaped double-looping roller coaster. That's quite enough. I'm feeling woozy from just the thought of such a thing. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I would like this key, please. Yeah, I don't think I've had KFC in a couple of years. I remember the last time having it, it was not very good. So, what if we hear? Ah! Why do I feel like a laser-like stare? I thought this said anime for a second, and I was like, what? Laser-like stare aimed right at me. Did you want to take a look? Well, don't mind if I do. Oh, I see. Yes, this is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something. The something is what is relevant to my interest. I suppose this is the pink badger? But since it is the same design, doesn't it seem forced to call this one a female? You think so? I mean, just look at those how long her eyelashes are. Oh my god. Just want the mashed potatoes and gravy? Okay, fair. I get that. That's the only difference. And the fact that she's pink. Yes, and her lips are red. See? Lipstick. What? She has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon, or is that too obvious? Okay, what else? This is the blue badger I met at the main gate. Excuse me, but his name is Proto Badger and not Blue Badger. He's based off the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter. I suppose he has continued to redesign him, and the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved. Are we comparing the Blue Badger to humans now? Look, it's the Blue Badger! I suppose even that thing can be popular with women. I can't stand him! What in the... Why is she suddenly beating the Blue Badger's image up? He's got the word badge right in his name. How bad is that for a girl like me? And to think he's out there wandering around... Oh, and to think he's out there wandering around in this park. I better be careful. He's gonna arrest me by the power of his name alone. They all have badge in their name. Somehow doubtful that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. This is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? You feel some sort of reverence towards this badger, Kay? Ha! I can't believe you'd be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think there are much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it. I've decided that thieves and thievery need an image makeover. Good luck with that one. Okay, did I miss anything else in here? Like, I don't want to just re-examine all the same boxes. Okay. Costumes, tiny he. Oh my god. Love the fact that she looks like the badger spiking a criminal. Yeah. They're holding a blue badger photo rally. You didn't know? Plus, it's not just the blue badger, it's his whole family too. If you manage to snap a shot of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize. Well, there's a costume head sitting right over there. Why not start with a picture of that? You can't do that. That's cheating. There's only one way. One of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it. Speaking of badgers, there is one sitting against the wall in the haunted house. Seriously? But somehow I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You have to take pictures of the costume ones walking around the park. So those are the rules of this game. How quaint. Okay. Okay. Now what? Seems that we won't be able to open this by ourselves. Also seems quite thick, so we can't just break it down. There must be another way out of here. Okay. Man, why do they have to put the windows up so high anyway? How is a thief supposed to make her daring escape? Suppose we could make our way out if we were able to climb on top of these lockers. Ha! That's pretty clever. You make a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth. Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence again. Let's see. I wonder if I can jump and grab the top of the locker here. Man, why'd they have to make such ginormous lockers anyway? Even if we wanted to use these lockers, we need some sort of foothold. Okay. Lockers, tiny he, costumes. Nope, okay. Fuck me then. I don't know. What else am I missing? I already examined this. This is the beam I was tied to. What's up? I was wondering if perhaps we can make it over to and out of the window if we climb this. Good thinking. If it's climbing action you need, just leave it to me. Thanks. The little hook looks like it might make for a good foothold. Up you go, okay? And good luck. Count on it. Great thief Yakuratsu spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies. Here I go! As I thought, the beam was definitely not made for climbing. Okay. What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know. Now, can I logic something together? The beam you were tied to, tiny he, lockers. No, I don't know. Oh God. Ow. They're holding. Okay, this is the thing that I just saw. Oh, I'm so stuffy. I need to see the about something. Can I like talk to her? I didn't do that yet. Oh, okay. Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went? Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went to the next room and started talking to someone. I feel like I heard someone as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with two kidnappers. After that, they left. It almost seemed as if they were done with you. I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seemed like an afterthought to the $1 million. Well, if they went in the next room, let's see what we can find through the slot. Okay. Oh, we can peer into the room from the kidnappers were in from here. From the... Okay. Won't rest until I... Okay. That's what I think it is. Looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome! They're like a bunch of great thieves themselves. No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made that tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. I think this building was originally built with a basement or underground area. There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one, which would mean that I can probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. I believe I may have just found our ticket out. There's a beam in the next room identical to the one in this room. There's even a hook on it too to hold a propped up floor panel in place. Which reminds me, did you find something useful, Mr. Edgeworth? Perhaps. I may have found a very handy hint to how we'll get out of here. Okay. Beam was tied to. Maybe we can use this to climb up and a little bit. Okay. Wait, didn't I just try this? I can't climb this thing. Suppose we'll just have to find another way to escape. Oh my god. But we just did the... Do I have to like logic it? Okay, I didn't realize that this gave me a thing. Hi, Carly! How you doing? This hook on this beam. You know, I already tried, and there's no way I can jump from this hook to the window. Come on, even you have to admit when something's just not possible. Ha! I wasn't about to suggest that again. Rather, that it's here for a different purpose. Really? Like what? Okay, debating if you want to make chocolate chip cookies despite making hot cocoa. I don't even think that's a question. Yes, you should definitely make hot chocolate chocolate chip cookies. And then dunk them in the cocoa. Or you want chocolate chip cookies, not make them. But still. You dunk them in the cocoa. Treat yourself. It's Friday. You craving honey lemon tea? That sounds very good. As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up, which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well. Oh, I get it. We didn't notice its distance all this time because it was being hidden by this tarp. All right then, let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Oh, you bake them from scratch? Do it. Do it. Do it. Now this is what I call a treasure. Oh, because we just logicked it. I was like, what else does it want me to do? Wow, this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure. The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom. Enjoy your cookie bacon, Carly. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch. All right. This thing is locked down tight. All right. Let's logic it. Oh, fiddlesticks. And the tiny key. Shebang. I believe you're up, Kay. Huh? Why me? Because we need to use the tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to. Oh, gotcha. Just leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of these moments when you're about to uncover something. Oh. I love the tense feeling of these moments when you're about to uncover something big. I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right about now. All right, I got the secret door open. And now. Oh, wait. What? Are you all right, Kay? I'm fine. The ladder just slipped is all. Thank goodness she's all right. I about had a coronary. There's a lot of really large machinery down here. What about an exit? It's really dark and cramped down there, so I really doubt there's an exit. Ugh, I can't believe that happened. You really have yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know. No way! I mean, how was I supposed to know that that ladder is removable? Oh, girl. I figured out how we will escape this prison, Kay. Oh, how are we gonna bust out? Seems that your reckless actions were of use after all. Are you actually praising me? More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder. I have an itchy back. Oh, there we go. The underground ladder? What about it? This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down. Oh, I see. If we use this... Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers. Well then, what are we waiting for? Shebang. Excuse me. Alright, now we can get out of here. Yes, I spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage, and a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. March 13th, Wild Wild West area. Kitty cat. How did we make it here? And why did everybody just leave? I don't know why that was so amusing to me. Looks like it stopped raining for now. Yeah, and thank goodness. You have no idea how hard it was raining earlier. Mr. Edgeworth! Knew it. I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was gonna give out. Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is? Well, that's, count off! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 98, 99! Shifu, all 99 members are here in a count of 4, sir. Oh my god! Look at them! Huh. What the heck do you think you're doing counting my cubs off like that? Oh my god, look at him! Listen to this music! Every person is a valuable human being, you get me? Who is this? This is an Interpol agent. I think the one that Francisca's been working with. I forget his name. I'm sure we're about to hear it. And everyone has a name that their parents gave to them, okay? No one is a 2 or a 3. Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number 1. Got it? Alright, sir. Shifu. His name is Shifu, I guess. Shifu Li? Lang. You are Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel. You infidel, how dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Oh my gosh. Lang Ji says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary right of an elder. So don't you ever forget to show the proper respect towards another person. Sheena. This isn't much, but please accept my card. Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return. Oh my god. What is that? You all see that just now? That is the proper way for two people to show their respect. Trading business cards! Keep that in mind and you'll get far in life, got it? Oh my god. Ah, that's right. Francisca did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Zhengfa. Apparently, this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this clearly domestic case? That's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor. How is it not? I've heard a rumor or two about you. You solved a murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? Ha! But you sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. How dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying you could have solved it faster, pal? The comedic relief jumps to the aid of his master. How cliché. Look, what I'm getting at is that if I had been there, no one would have died. I would have solved the entire case and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today. Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim, Agent Acby Hicks. I know, Nico! I tried to not acknowledge it, but he is! Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I'm out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Francisca and a third person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel, as the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in the investigation. That's so fast! I love that. This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. No hard feelings, but why don't you go on back to your courtroom now, pretty boy? Sass him, Lang! You dare mock the court. I do. And I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. Who uses the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor? And why? Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him? I want to see a portrait of this lady. Alright, men. Good job on the perimeter around Watergate Land. Now just find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed. Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit tight here and don't cause any trouble, understand? Wait. Mr. Edgeworth. It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why, of all places, did he show up here? And completely out of the blue at that. I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. Alright, let's chat, Dick. Great job, Detective. Sir! For losing sight of me and the kidnapper, and allowing my investigation to be hijacked. Sir. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. But the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm gonna show you just how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be. Shall I prepare the 21-gun salute now or later? Detective, are you sure it was the precinct you called for backup? I just like really took in Gumshoe's portrait and like, there ain't nothing behind those eyes. Those are, it's like TikTok sound of, oh Michael, you sweet boy. Of course, sir. I think I would know the number to my own precinct like the back of my hand. And why did an Interpol agent show up instead with an army of his own agents? That I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that wolf man showed up out of nowhere, sir. Agent Lang definitely has an agenda. So the question is, what is he after? Excuse me. Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask about one thing, sir. Yes, what is it? Who is that? The girl over there, I mean. I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. What? Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant, Kay. Yeah, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Me! It's been like that since forever. Sorry, but I just stole your supporting role. How can you say something so serious with that giant grin in your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we've got a thief on our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. Taking her in, getting her convicted, and making sure she serves out a sentence. Gumshoe, you are the teacher's pet. Oh, come on, it'll be fun. Like musical chairs. You better stay fast on your feet. No way! I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl. Oh my god. Can I present him anything? Probably not. Sorry, sir. Absolutely nothing's coming to mind right now. As a man, the only thing I gotta attest to is this. To be a man, I, Dick Gumshoe, will tell no lies. His heart's in the right place. Now to work on his deduction skills. Okay. Should I talk to Kay? Man, I can't calmly do any stealing with all that detective around. Suppose it's not easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity. It's alright, it's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just any old thing. Which is it? Do you plan to steal something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more. So, what are you gonna do about your investigation into the kidnapping? Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority in this to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated. I keep feeling like my pimple patch is falling off, but I don't think it is. I should have at least picked a brightly colored one for my forehead, because now there's just like a weird colored spot right in the center of my head. I promise it's a pimple patch and nothing else. But I did my overnight ones and they're like kind of, these ones are white or like a gray color. And I think one of these is blue or yellow. I don't know what color they are. I should stop making assumptions. One of them is yellow for sure. Oh, come on. You can't let that stop you. I'll even lend you a hand, so let's go. You're a self-purported great thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation. You don't like to listen, do you? I'm not just any ordinary great thief, I'm the Yatagarasu. And as I said earlier, Yatagarasu is after one and only one thing. What is this one and only one thing you're after? Yatagarasu is only interested in one thing, and that is the truth. I see. Then you two will get along great. It was 7 years ago. There was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. 7 years ago, right when Phoenix lost his license. Though we still don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu like to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once a target was chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence was found sent to the mass media, along with a card with the mark of a three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call what the Yatagarasu was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor to the original Yatagarasu? But that can't be. Can it? Lance, where are you, son? Oh, it's this dude. Excuse me. Mr. Amano. Oh, Miles, my boy. I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair just after you've returned. For you, Mr. Amano, I gladly offer my assistance. After all, I have you to thank for how well things turned out during my time abroad. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office. I had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system. No. Think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back. I consider a beloved disciple of his to be one of my own blood. If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only to ask. I can use my company's fast network to send you anywhere at any time. Who's the old man? He's the father of the currently kidnapped Ernest Amano. Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Please, I miss my poor boy dearly. I'm terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano. Hold on there. Then what happened to all that money? I believe the 1 million has been stolen and that the culprits are now on the run. What? Poor old man. Didn't you have anything you could give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth? Forgive me, Mr. Amano. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time. Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. From the receiver came the sound of my son. Help me, Daddy. I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Amano. You don't understand. He hasn't called me Daddy in ages. It was incredibly moving. I wish I had recorded him saying that. You definitely should have recorded that conversation. But not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again? How will telling you about Lance help you to get him back? Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationships and behavior. Very well then. Lance is my one and only son, and he turned 21 this year. He was very much like me when I was his age, kind and very attractive. Okay. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off him. Is there anything else about him you noticed of late? Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver. Your butler? Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. He's been with our family for years now. He gets along so well with Lance, I thought maybe he would know where my son is. The two of them ran off. They're fucking each other. Anyway, everything is gay in these games. Mr. Romano, could you please tell me a little bit more about your butler, Mr. Deacon? He's a butler. He's outstanding. He even serves as Liz' personal private tutor. Just kidding. No, they're not. No, they're not. Took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him. But you still haven't spoken with him since his leave. What about his family and friends? They said they hadn't seen him. I tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with Liz's kidnapping? It's possible, but I can't say anything quite for sure quite yet. Even so, the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon. Sounds like one name I'd better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds the authority to head this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by twiddling our thumbs. I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth. I, Dick Gumshoe, pledge to stick by your side through thick and thin. Mr. Romano, it was my fault that the culprits escaped, which is why, with your blessing, I vow to return Lance to you myself. Oh, I've never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy. All right, well, what are you waiting for? Let's do some investigating. You think I'm losing to you, pal? Forget it. I like this rivalry. So what should we examine first? Thanks to Agent Legg, we can't leave this area. But the culprits were here until only very recently, which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped. Okay, let's get looking. Hey, you there. Oh, me? What are you doing goofing off in a place like this? I wasn't goofing off, I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation. You imbecile. All precinct detectives are now under Agent Legg's direct command. No way! I'm not working for Wolf Boy. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something? Nope. I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police. Good, now let's go. Oh no! Boy, if I got the job with someone of your talents. Well, that was exciting. Okay. What? Can't you tell I'm ready to get down with some detective work? You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you. Oh, come on. I finally get to be your assistant and you try to ditch me? I don't recall offering you the position. Why do you have to be so difficult? Besides, it's already too late, you know. Like I said, I've already stolen the position of assistant a while back. Ah, you're the only one asserting that. Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. That's the Yatagarasu way. You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about. Fine, whatever, you win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. But the talented assistant Kay is going to tag along no matter what you say. Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. You might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Okay. Hey, there's a bunch of footprints in the mud over here. Remember hearing rainfall out here while I was being held in there. Yep, it was just a passing rain. That's why the ground is pretty much already dried up. I should be thankful. You left us with some nice footprint samples. You know what? I bet if we follow them, we can find out where the kidnappers went. Plus, we'll be able to spot them because of their muddy shoes. I don't think it will be that easy. Why not? Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here. We don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers. Oh, that's true. We don't know what kind of shoes they're wearing. Okay. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, isn't this one of those things you tie horses to? Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment. Aw, and here I was hoping I would get to ride one. You know how to ride a horse? Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse. Non sequitur is the only way to describe your logic. I want to look at the cat. Cat? Huh, I've got you now, vile criminals. think the kidnappers would have better sense than trying to hide in these. Oh, come on, lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think the criminals be hiding here in front of the two officers. I certainly hope not. Okay, well, I wanted to look at the cat, but I guess that's fine. If these were real, I wonder what you put in them. Water would be the obvious answer. But if you stored water in a barrel under the blazing sun, wouldn't it go bad? People of that period probably didn't care about how it tasted. Sorry, but I can't let you get away with making fun of our forefathers. I mean, maybe they really like the strange taste. Look who's making fun of them now. Horses are painted on this garage to complete the Wild West theme. It looks so lifelike, don't you think? Are you thinking of wrangling, or rather stealing them? You can coax them out of there, sure. Come on, I know it, you can sweet talk them out. I could be holding a cube of sugar in my hand and they wouldn't budge, Kay. Oh, God, I'm having PTSD flashbacks. Hey, it's the Blue Badger. Badger, get! Really don't understand why she's so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside of there. Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw. He's doing that contorted wriggling dance again. Aha! Oh my God, it's Mr. Meekums. I think that's his name. Ah, you've uncovered my undercover identity, sir. I was remained under that head, sir. Aren't you Officer Meekins? Sir, Mike Meekins reporting for duty, sir. This man was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. I know the song. But the only thing I can remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he thought, which gave me a great deal of headaches. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth? I've met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when we unmasked him? Does he have something to hide? Officer Meekins, why are you standing here wasting time? Sir, because I'm not a police officer right now, sir. I'm the Blue Badger. I'm creating memories and dreams for the kids. That's never a waste of time, sir. I have a feeling we will as well, Nico. I have a dream to become as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir. I was patrolling the scorchingly boring beat until a little while ago. And when the dispatch radio on my shoulder crackled and the kidnappers had escaped, sir, I thought maybe this was my shot at making detective, sir. I rushed over to join in, but when I got here, there was a sea of people already. And I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy onto anyone. It would seem that some people never change. So why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit? Sir, that's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. But it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of a kidnapper, sir. I see. Agent Lang is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics. To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir, it's such an honor. How long have you been standing here, officer? Sir, for about 1 little hour, sir. That's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious. And I've been here ever since, sir. That's true. Then it's possible Officer Meekins saw the kidnappers escaping. Excuse me. But however, sir, I must tell you I didn't see a thing, sir. I haven't asked you anything yet, officer. No, but I know you will, sir. He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekins, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements. Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir, and getting into it, too. I patrolled the park, all while wearing this costume. And about 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But, I did see a badger, sir. A lone blue badger. What did you just say? What you said now is contradictory to the facts. How so, Mr. Edgeworth? This is what Officer Meekin's testimony contradicts.
Take that!
There it is. Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement. Sir, of course, sir. That's your wish, Mr. Prosecutor. This little patrolman will wait as long as I am commanded to wait. You said you saw a blue badger, correct? And yet, if you take a look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. There's extras of all of them except for the pink one in the park. This park is supposed to have only one of each badger in it at any given time. Which means as long as you were the blue badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another blue badger wandering the premises. What, sir? Then that would mean there are two blue badgers walking around. But why? Okay. Sir, I'm undercover as a blue badger now, sir. I must pretend to not know anything about anything, sir. Okay, let's respond to that. It would be he's like shooting fish in a barrel. Okay. Can I logic things? Costumes, second blue badger. In my opinion, those are linked. Okay. Second blue badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly, the true identity of the person underneath is... Oh, hey, I know. It's one of the kidnappers, right? The person wore a costume to get away. Precisely. After all, the costume that went missing from the storage area are a blue badger, a proto-badger, and a bad badger. Yes, those three. So, there are three phony badgers running around the park somewhere, huh? Okay. I don't think that these are connected, but we're just gonna check. Okay, yes they are. Now that we know that the kidnappers were wearing badger costumes, those footprints from earlier take on a new and very significant meaning. Oh, you mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right? Yes, more than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of badgers. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to use those footprints and go badger hunting. Okay. Let me out! What else can I look at? Can I examine these again? So we're looking for footprints made by a costume. Hey, I think I found them. There are two sets here. Both look like possible candidates. This set's walking off to the west. Ugh! Just stop! You can't make heads or tails of where it's headed from here. You can assume it's headed towards the stadium. I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be headed east. Huh? Quick, Mr. Edgeworth, I got him! I got one of the culprits! No, I'm not a kidnapper, sir! Down, Kay. Clearly those footprints belong to Officer Meekins. But our criminals were each wearing a costume. Aha! Maybe they came over to this garage for something. That's what I would suppose. Officer Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment. We need to examine the garage. Sir! Roger Wilco, sir! Okay. Let's open this shutter and see what we find. Maybe we'll find the kidnappers hiding inside. Ah! Oh. What in the... Who is this? We seem to have stumbled across a dead body. She must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Now then, who is this man? It's Oliver! Mr. Romano, are you saying this man is... Yes, he's my butler. How could something like this have happened? Indeed. Why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? I'd better investigate this crime scene quickly before Agent Lang or his men return. The kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage, and right to the dead body. It's possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim. Okay. In my cursory examination, I believe this man died of a fatal bullet wound. Okay. You sure are calm for someone who just found a body. It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Alright. This is an unusually shaped pendant. What is it? Is it something valuable? Seems to have regained some of her composure. Adele pictures? Alexis's view to the stage for Adele tonight. There we go. She's so close. Oh my god, I'm so happy for her. She's seeing her tonight and tomorrow. I'm so excited. Looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it. It's really pretty. Hold on, are you telling me this butler is a horse girl? This is made of platinum silver. Nice, it is worth something after all. Oh, and look, there's something written on the back. Colin Deveray. It's a name. Colin Deveray. Your phone likes to jumble up the group messages, Maya. Oh, your makeup looks so good, Mai. I just opened your Snapchat, finally. This man's name is... As long as that Interpol agent has control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There's 2 gunshot wounds, one in his abdomen and one in his shoulder. That means he was shot twice? So that means he was shot twice? Sleepy? Okay, Nico. Have good naps. No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is the entry wound. And the one near his shoulder is the exit wound. Whoa, that's a buck wild path for a bullet to travel. Nice, I knew you could figure it out. Comes with experience, and I've seen my share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder where the bullet went clean through. I should make a note of this oddity. Okay. There are 2 gunshot wounds. One is the abdomen, one is shoulder. So that means he was shot twice? Okay. I definitely will. She is in Vegas right now. But hopefully when she comes home, I'll see her. Okay. Did we get everything? Oh, hold on. No. So what do I have? Hold on. Stolen costumes. Shot through the shoulder. Okay. I don't feel like I really have much. Can I logic something? Nope. Nope. Oh god. Pressing buttons. Probably have to do something. Bacon Deacon shot through the shoulder. Oliver Deacon, pending autopsy. I don't have. When the butler got introduced, I was like, oh, it's always the butler. Oh, he's fucking dead. He might have still been one of the kidnappers. I think I have to do something with this pendant because I don't have it in my inventory. Didn't it have a different name on the back? But what do I guess I present this? This is the name of the victim? I don't... Okay, apparently that was right. Victim is the Amano family butler. His name is Oliver Deacon. But the name of the pendant is Colin Devereux. I wonder what's up with that. I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Okay. Beautiful. Lance, where are you, sweetie? Oh, this lady. Excuse me, but who are you? But oh, this is bad. This is really going... He's really good looking. Ah, stop it, Lauren. You can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him. You're in love with... Sounds like someone doesn't know the meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh? Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be a friend of Lance? Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. My name is Laura Pops. Okay. Why you got a ring pop on, hun? His girlfriend. Oh, it's not like that. We're more like friends, and we're not lovers or anything. We haven't gotten that far yet. But I guess that's how people are going to see it, so I should just accept it. I even got this ring as a present from Lance. Ah. Okay, Kirk. You know what? She reminds me of a cartoon character. May I inquire as to why you are here? I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately, and I began to get really worried. I looked everywhere for him, and I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. Wow, you're really strong for having made it through all this by yourself. Is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped? No one is supposed to know, but yes, it's true. Oh, Lance! I can't believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now. Looks like she's gone back to the fair maiden in love routine. So, Mr. Edgeworth, where do we go from here? Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder. My men brought me up to speed over the radio. And I have to say, you really should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing. I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you. I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. Alright. Yes, they are his fucking glasses. They do look like swim goggles. Hey, you waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect now. Suspect who? Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us.
What? Sir, I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Agent Lang, don't you think you're being a bit rash? Do you even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins? Ha! I leave that kind of stuff to you, prosecutors. It's your job, after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom. That's your answer? I know you like your logic and reasoning, but that sort of impractical stuff is not needed out here in the fields. I don't know about that, dumbass, but all you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person. Again, don't know about that. That's how you eliminate crime from the streets. That's also precisely how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. Innocent people? Nonsense. There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got a blemish or two in our hearts. That's tyranny. I won't allow such a thing to go on unchecked before my eyes. Heh, too bad you don't call the shots around here. What an ace. As I have sworn to uphold the laws of this land, I cannot allow you to take this man in. I never would have bet money on Miles Edgeworth defending Officer Meekins. That you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of law enforcement? How dare you speak so disrespectfully, our Shifu? Hold it. Ha 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 ha. You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Lang Zi says, every pack has its own rules. If you can play by their rules and come out on top, that is a true victory. Alright, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. Through my line of logic. Oh, okay. Ow. I've seen a lot of bodies like this one being carted off in my time. I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. This is how I know they don't know what they're talking about. I would like to live in this America if that's the case, even with their shitty law system. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement, like Officer Meekins, isn't that right? I know this is Japan, obviously, but in the last case it did say we've landed in America. Is that your reasoning? Solid as a rock. It's based on the philosophy of detainment. What's this philosophy of detainment? Ha, you don't know. In that case, pay attention, girly. In my country, the criminals have a saying, beware of the wolf. Why the wolf? Because in my language, Lang means wolf, and you don't mess with me or my pack. As for the detainment philosophy, its father is my honorable ancestor, Lang Zi. I think I'd have heard of him and his teachings if he is that famous. Finally get a glimpse of her. Lang Zi developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. Okay, Maya, I'll see you tomorrow. To this day, the Zhangfa police still trains its recruits using his philosophies. But thousands of years ago? That makes your story about as believable as a fairy tale. Anything wears down and breaks over time. Do you really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world? You want to put it to a test? Okay.
Hold it!
So what can you tell me about the body? A lot. Even without an autopsy, I have my ways. They teach you basics of forensics along with the detention philosophy. Oh, then you wouldn't mind telling me a little of what you figured out, correct? guess. I think anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion. Don't pat yourself on the back yet. What's that supposed to mean? Langzy says, search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that lurks in the depths, which is the killer. Is that right? And what would you know about the killer?
Hold it.
It would appear you've studied a little of our laws. Studied? Who needs to study what every child on the street corner already knows? It's that Sheena. I love her. I would like, can we talk to her? Tempted to get one of the corduroy moth bags from Carmico, but you don't eat it.
Treat yourself.
They're really cute. They're really cute. Who doesn't love, like, love a fun bag? They just, like, add to any outfit to elevate it. Like, everybody needs a fun bag, in my opinion. I did not get one, no. I've been looking at them, but I have not gotten one. How much? I don't even know how much they are. That's how much I've been trying to make myself not look at them. Federal Firearms Restriction Act. That's it. The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. Here it's not easy to get a gun these days. Interesting. That woman is the one keeping track, in charge of keeping track of the information. Law enforcement like Officer Mika, is that right? If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you? As if I would need to. I've already looked into everyone else here. Oh. Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapon has been fired. How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time? That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation. Power of sheer numbers. But you have yet to check Officer Meekins' weapon, correct? Thanks for reminding me. Hey you, show me your gun.
Oh!
What's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden?
Gun.
What did you say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already.
Sir. I lost my gun, sir!
How could you be so irresponsible? Oh, God. In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we've got. You're the one who waited here outside of the garage to ambush and kill the victim. Do you think that Officer Meekin waited here to kill the victim, do you, Lang? I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny. So ambushed the victim in this garage and killed him here with his gun. This feels like what it wants me to present something to. And it feels like this is gonna be the only thing. Now I want to look it up, Carly. Now you're tempting me. I don't need it. I don't need it. Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that is simply not possible. What do you mean? You've seen the crime scene for yourself. And while you were looking, did you not think to yourself that it was a little too clean? Ayah! So did you notice that you did notice that there was too little blood. Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? Because this isn't a crime scene, and if it was, your men who led you to think it was. If it was your men who led you to think it was, then I suggest you leave the case to the local police to set the record straight. Oh God. Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that officer was hanging out around here in the first place? Weird, how so? Hey you, your squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing here, neglecting your duties and loafing around here? Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like I found myself taking a walk.
But sir, I really did take a walk, sir.
You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligation so lightly? Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Oh my god, Alexis. Just sending pictures. I don't know if it'll... Look at that.
Mr. Edgeworth, please, sir.
Alexis is at the Adele concert, and she just sent that picture. She's so close to the stage.
She's in Vegas.
And then she's also seeing Adele tomorrow. I'm so happy for her. Yeah. Finally, her Adele tickets are here.
Save me the way you did earlier, please, sir.
Officer Meekins, give us a detailed account of what happened.
Sir, now you too.
Oh god. Meekins' eyes.
It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnapper while selling dreams. While selling dreams in the Blue Badger Mobile, sir. But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to the children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir.
What is this Blue Badger Mobile?
It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir.
So the Blue Badger Mobile is just a roaming souvenir shop? That wasn't her voice, but it's fine.
Sir, I swear it was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant.
He seems rather worked up, even more than his usual hyperactive self. He sure seems sure of what he's saying. Can you try and calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer?
Sir! Roger, sir!
Okay. Time to rebut. I wasn't assigned to this area. Alright then, where were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the main gate, sir.
Must mean the area with the bridge to the outrageous fountain. Okay, then why were you here in the Wild Wild West area?
It's because of a very deep reason, ma'am.
I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. Describe for me how you conducted your investigation.
Yes, sir. Well, first I made sure there were no suspicious-looking people in the area, sir. But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir.
Well, what did you expect being dressed like the Blue Badger?
I thought I had no choice at that point, sir, so...
I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger field. What exactly do you mean by selling dreams?
Sir, the Blue Badger Mobile is where dreams are collected.
What?
Sweetness, like you've never known, except in dreams, ma'am, like innocent drops. And bitterness found only in nightmares, ma'am, like guilty jawbreakers. Selling those as I push the Blue Badger Mobile along is my sworn duty, ma'am. But I got completely caught up in my role, selling dreams to the children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir.
Oh, I am a dumbass. I just started clicking and reading. I feel like he needs some prodding before he spilled the beads. Yeah, I got it. I just...
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by selling dream? Oh my god, this is literally just what I... You completely forgot to look for the kidnappers.
No, sir, of course not, sir. I would never do something like that, sir. You're absolutely right.
Wow, you're good at forcing people to confess things, Mr. Edgeworth. You're good at this forcing people to confess thing, Mr. Edgeworth.
To be frank, I'm just a little man, sir. I'm just a little guy. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams than looking at for a big crook, sir.
Hold it!
Enough wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hold it!
How did you wind up all the way over here?
I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir. I had to run away from the child's painful drop kicks, and before I knew it...
Haha, the good old drop kick. I dished out my fair share of those when I was a kid. It was always the best when you felt one really connect with your opponent. In any case, you wound up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation.
Sir! That's right, sir.
That's not something you should be admitting to with your head held high, officer. Seems like he simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. However, there is one flaw in Officer Meekin's story, but I have the feeling that he'll need some prodding for his... Okay, it's fine. What can I present? Oh, I have this thing. Oh, but it was parked inside the thingy. Okay, hold on. Officer Meekins, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell us such transparent lies.
Sir? I'm lying, sir?
Yes, you are. If you were really out there selling dreams with the Blue Badger mobile until recently, then what is it doing here inside the garage?
Ah! Actually, I just lost track, sir.
Lost track of what?
By the time I realized it, the Blue Badger mobile was nowhere to be found, sir.
Which would mean it was perhaps stolen.
And that's when I came back to this area, thinking maybe it was in the garage, sir. That's when you found me, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
A likely story. Who do you think is going to buy such a convenient tale as that? And what exactly is so convenient about his story? The car getting stolen is completely unbelievable, even for a cover story. But I think we can assume the car was used all right. To move the dead body.
What?
You killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Meekins. And then you used the Blue Badger mobile to transport it all the way here. Now then, you're coming with me.
But it wasn't me, sir, the killer, sir. It wasn't me, sir.
Agent Lang, wait. What do you want now? We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. You can't say we know all the facts about this case, let alone the truth. I told you, truth schmooth, I couldn't care less. Our job is to catch the crook. You'll find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy courts with your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You boorish buffoon. I think you need to leave. What? We need to get the body to autopsy, and you guys are getting in the way. You would interfere with another one of my investigations. Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my ignorant little pretty boy. Oh my god. Now, be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight. If you don't, I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice. Oh my gosh. I think I might call it there for tonight, because I do need to, like, get sleep, since I have to get up early for this, early-ish for this trip tomorrow. think we got like halfway through this first one. Or was that only the first section? No, I think that was. No, I think that was the first section. All right. When are we heading out? Early-ish. We're like trying to get there at like 10. It's about an hour and a half from me, so I gotta hit the road by like 8:30ish. It's just not too bad, but I gotta I want to get up in the morning and take a shower because I'm on my period and it's gross. I feel like icky all the time, which I'm also breaking out, which is just a blast. But and make sure I have all my shit, all that last minute stuff you can't pack till the day of. But yeah, I'm loving this game. I fucking love all these games. They're so good. I need to mod my 3DS so we can play the next one. And what I will need to make sure I do is not sit like this on my 3DS the whole time playing it, like hunched over. I need to make sure I sit up and look, I don't know, not like a gremlin so much. Cody and Nico and Little playing Phasmo? Is Cody streaming? I think not. I think they're just playing Phasmo. But anyway, that's gonna be it. I am going to bed. Thank you all for hanging out. Yeah, I very much appreciate it. You guys are the best. Next week should be normal stream. Yeah. I think the next couple weeks I shouldn't miss any streams. Yeah. I don't know. Calendar's getting slowly fuller. But anyway, I hope you all have a great rest of your Friday night and a fabulous weekend. And I will see you all next week. Okay? Goodbye.